Let's see if this is gonna be up. I'm gonna go to the lives. Alright, okay, the stream's up. Hello everybody, in today's video we're gonna be working on a website for our channel. This is gonna be like a central place where we're gonna keep all of our stuff we're working on, and it kind of just adds another way for people to find me. Anyways, right now we have a basic HTML that I wrote like a year ago, so we're gonna be starting pretty much fresh. Today's gonna be like pretty much a one-day stream. We're not gonna focus on web development too much. Our goal is to get a list of main topics done, such as, let me pull it up right here. It's gonna be we're gonna make a home area, placeholders for projects, our devlog pages, and then we're gonna have just social media links. And then once we get those done, we have some nice tabs we'd like to get. We'll like to get like a toggle dark mode. Obviously it's gonna be light mode because we're gonna keep dark mode on by default. And also like a mini roadmap, and I think last would be like a newsletter, or maybe just like an email thing where I'll get to share like video games that I publish, maybe videos. I only publish like once every 2 weeks, so it might be too much. I'll have to ask, or it might specifically say that. And then we're gonna get down, and then we also have future videos that we want to work on, where we want to integrate Bevy with our website. So the idea I had is we're gonna make, after we get this done, or maybe if we still have time at the end, let's get our timer started. Is that still on the? Yep, still there. So we're gonna build a drawing app in Bevy in the future video, and we're gonna integrate this into our website using WebAssembly. WebAssembly can translate Rust into basically like a JavaScript language that's supposed to be very efficient, and it should allow me to bring a drawing app to my website. And then I also like to add like a gallery where you can see visitors' drawings. And I think how it's gonna work is you draw it, you can save it, and then there's gonna be like a limit how many there is total, and it's just gonna cycle out as people add more. Just because I don't think the service provider provides too much memory space for free, and we're just gonna have to work with what we got. And to get started, let's get working on our home area. So we're gonna open up our terminal right here, and we want to make a home area that's just basically says who I am, what do I plan to make, and why people should care. So that's what we're gonna work on. So we're gonna open up index.html, and I am gonna have to do a lot of Googling throughout the stream because it has been a minute. I know this header just adds like info about what we're doing here. This is an offer. This page contains what I'm learning, plus plans for a future video game store, or video games that I make. I think the first couple of video games I make, I'll just have them free for people to play around with because they're gonna be very basic. And if you want to find video games like that, you could probably just go to Cool Math Games and find some similar ones, I would assume. So we have this icon. We want to change out our icon probably to be the same as our YouTube channel right now. Let's get started with that because that should be easy, just changing out a picture. And we do want to change our channel profile eventually, just because it's actually AI generated. It was made back when earlier ChatGPTs, so it's surprising how good AI's got since then. This is not very complex. So we're gonna save this to photos. Actually no, we're gonna go to our project, and then we're gonna put in images. Save here. And let's just make sure that actually stores what we're looking for. Yeah, so this is all old ChatGPT work right here. Kind of impressive for being how basic it was back then compared to nowadays where you can't even tell if videos are, I mean, you can kind of tell if videos are fake, but you have to like be an analyst, like looking in the background, character designs, like there's a lot of controversy around Ice, and they don't wear little patches that says Ice on its own. That if you ever see that, that's the biggest science AI generated, or it's someone pretending to be an officer, which is even worse. But it's most likely AI generated. But it's like one of the big tells. I'm sure AI is going to get better and figure out that, hey, they don't actually wear that. But I don't think we're that far away from that. So let's get this image switched out. So images, so we have, where's our no image at? Where did I save that? So we go to pictures, no, documents, website. Okay, we have a bunch of images here that are not showing up. I didn't even list images. I listed index. Okay, they're all here. So what image are we using now? So we're using this one called image. See that? That one's hand drawn by a sibling. And we're gonna switch to our YouTube channel page. So we're gonna copy this. And then we're gonna go to index. And we're just gonna copy it, just paste it in here. So that should be pretty easy. I should probably set up a local website, because what happens with the service providers, you can have 10,000 builds every month, which is insane for free. I might just keep updating my GitHub and see how that goes, but a local one would be nice. So we can do that. It might be too much just because you have to constantly copy and paste too over there. So it says, welcome to the featured website. I'm going to say, welcome to Big Gamer. Is it a capital G? I'll just do a lowercase. Big Gamer Noob. Current, oh, we'll save website. Big Gamer Noob's website. So we got our icon changed here. And then our style sheet's gonna come from main.css on here. And then we're gonna say success, or just say welcome to Big Gamers Noob in progress website. I only get website twice. Okay, and now that basically changes our title. What else would we like to do before we update this? So this is my second. We're just gonna declare who I am. So creating a second header right here from what if this makes sense. It says who I am, and we can close it off right there. Let's open up this. Alright, so hopefully I can now see if anyone messages anything. That would be pretty nice. I don't know why it's not running on here. Oh, I gotta sign in on here. I'll just see if I can open it up on a current computer then. And yeah, we'll just take this off so it doesn't become annoying. Alright, that should be up. Alright, then let's open up this again. So who I am. It's like that little capital. Just so you can exaggerate it. Who I am. Question mark. We'll just leave that. And then now that we have that, let's just update our get so we can take a look at what we got so far. So get add, get commit. This service provider is actually pretty nice because you can connect your get directly to your website. So that means you're not relying on your local data. Which is nice because you don't have to deal with self-hosting. Self-hosting is really cool, and you might want to do that so that you're not at the mercy of the service provider. But I really don't have the time to be dealing with that at the moment. But I do suggest it if you do. Once you have your own hardware and your own website, pretty much nobody can mess with your service. There's only one thing you can't get past is your maybe your service provider. If you run everything through a VPN, they can't see what's going on inside there. So you can do that as well. And then you also have the service provider infrastructure, which the only thing you can do is substitute it with like maybe Starlink if you really want super redundancy for your website. You know, if your local city's power grid just shuts off or whatever. It's not gonna happen, but you are relying on that one company. So we're gonna the update should come through. Oh yeah, you can see the profile now. Look at that. So who I am, Holding the Big Gamer Noobs in Progress website, who I am, and then we're gonna start working on down here now. So we're gonna get our basic HTML, and then we're gonna move this. As we go through our list of goals that we want to get down, and then we're gonna get the CSS, so we can make it look very nice. Very nice. So now that we got that, let's open up our index. So who I am. I don't know if there's anything interesting. Let's see. I'll think of something interesting about myself. Say, well, what would be a reason why you want to be here? So, I'm a pre-dev, pre-development, free game dev. That has plans on building video games throughout video games. We'll just annotate there for this paragraph. And then let's add a little bit of something here. Do I want bullet points? I don't know if I want bullet points. It's gonna be a paragraph. So I'm a pre-dev that plans to build websites. Video games, because I love video games. And that'll motivate, and that'll make me love playing my own games if I make them how I dream them to be. So we're gonna add, this will be my, well, why would they care about that? This is my continuous project throughout the year. Throughout my college experience. My college is not really related to this, but to what we're doing today. Or anything throughout my, some things throughout my channel. Some of them are a little bit closer. I'm honestly having learned a lot of math, physics, Oh yeah, a lot of my physics videos are directly related back then. But I don't make them anymore because they take a lot of time for my studying and people don't really watch them. Actually, there was one person who enjoyed them, but I don't know if they still do. He probably forgot. So, I'm a pre-game dev that has plans on building video games. Well, this is who they get to learn who I am. While in college, I'll be sharing what's up. What could we even say here? I'm a current college student. For electrical engineering, that's not guaranteed. That's what, because I'm at a community college, and I gotta transfer, and I might not get that. Best case scenario, I'll probably become a structural engineer. We'll see. Worst case, I'll have a degree, and I'm not working as an engineer, and I'll work as like probably a teacher if I can't get a job as an engineer, because I already done that as a part-time and only as for an after-school program, so it could be okay. That's what a lot of the people I met who are recent college grads is, that they're working as after-school teachers. Nothing said it's anything wrong with it. It's just they have like all this knowledge, and I guess they get to share with the younger ones. So they're not making a lot though. They're not making a lot. So what else can we add here? Should we just end it? We'll just leave this right here. And then what I make, I guess I could include that in. So I'm making video games, and why people should care, because I'm gonna have some awesome video games in the planning in the future. Okay, so we're gonna have projects, so H2 projects. Let's just get all our headers down for this website. And we're gonna delete this. We're gonna leave this break here so I know how to make inlines. Bullet point. But these are numbered bullet points. So projects. And then we're gonna have our social media links. So that's gonna be probably maybe at the top or the bottom. I'm not sure. Let's look at an example so that we can have an idea of what would be nice to have. I don't remember the URL. Let's get it up so I can show you what I'm looking at. So we gotta open it up, and alright, let's pull it up. So we got Devlog 2.org, and this is gonna be our inspiration. So where did they include social media links at? Under get involved. That's a good idea. Let's start drawing out what we want to have. So we have this app right here, and let's draw something similar. I like how they have this says. And this is not a clip I'm part of, but I would like to once I transfer. I was just looking at the clips they offer. Okay, so I do like this page where you can click on each one. They have a home. So we're gonna have some type. What can I draw? Okay. So we're gonna have our logo. We don't have a. We just have our. We'll just use our one we have right now. And then this is all one picture. So that's probably how I should make it. So we're just gonna have our logo's gonna be right here. And then we're gonna write like big gamer noob. And we'll try our best to write this with our mouse. Okay, and then what should I say? Channel. Game development channel. Game dev channel. We'll have some games in the future. We're just starting. We're just starting out right now. And we'll have a drawing game for our first game. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Just so I can have something to actually have complete and looks nice. So we're gonna have our home. Should I have about? I don't think we need that because it's just one person. It's just me. And now we're gonna have we definitely want the gallery for our drawing app. And then we're gonna have Devlog. The drawing app is gonna be on the home page, but when you save, then they go to the gallery. And then what else we want here? And social media links can be on the home page. I'll probably place them at the bottom, like they have this contacts right here. And I do like this style right here. But I don't think I'm gonna do that. And then we'll have contacts, which will just have like an email. And then that's what we're gonna have, just an email right there. And then contacts. So it looks nice. I think that'll be a pretty good basic thing when it covers everything we need. And also projects. So we'll have projects. How can I select this all? And then we're gonna have projects right here. Project. Okay, we'll do something like that, and these will be all clickable things that bring me to different pages. Most of these pages will be blank, like gallery. We'll put something for Devlog, and then contact will have something. Projects will have some placeholders, and home page is what we're going to be working on the most to get our social media links on there. And then I guess we can also have a roadmap. See if we can fit that in there. And then we'll just leave it at that for right now. Because this might be getting too long. So, introduction, and then I like the calendar idea. I can list like future videos. But I think I'm gonna have the drawing up here on my website. And let's get started on this. So how do we even make those tabs? Well, I don't know. Drawing app or game. So we're gonna have that there, and then we're gonna have a thing at the end, and it says made by Linux users. So I like that too. Made by Linux users. Made by Linux users. Oh, I can specify the Linux operation using. So my main operation, well, besides for schoolwork, so this is just for learning operation. OS is Linux Ubuntu. Why not pop another line right there? And then we're gonna have a drawing game right below this point right here. And we'll delete this because we're not gonna have anything right there. Contacts. And we're also planning my website. What is that? Where's that? Oh, just a towel. Makes the text look cool, special. Okay. I don't really need that. I'm also planning a website. I'm busy with school. Maybe I should have a calendar that lists future videos. Although I can't really set any hard dates. But I can set dates for future streams where I'm working on a game. Working on games, maybe. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll have another line right here. And then H2. And then we're gonna have a calendar. And we'll have a calendar right below this line. And this will list probably the timeline for future videos. I like that idea. How do you add notes? How to add notes in HTML. Okay. So we'll add some notes right here. So we put exclamation point and then a couple here and it. So timeline for future videos. And how will we make that work? Should it just be a picture? Like what they got? Oh, this is actually interactive. So we're not going to do this today, but we're going to say link Google Calendar. I like that. I actually really like that. Link Google Calendar. Linked by Linux users. And then let's go back to my website. So this is bullet points right here. How to make bullet points. Let's actually add that to notes so I don't lose this data. Information bullet points. And I'm just going to copy and paste this because we're about to delete it. Copy. And let's delete these number lines. Don't need those there. And then, now that we have that, let's get rid of it. We don't need any of this here. Okay. And then I'll keep this link right here, because I like to add some more links. And then we're going to save this too. Number points. So we can save that. And then let's delete these numbers because they don't need to be here. So we'll know how to come back to this. Obviously you can just Google it, but we might as well copy and paste it since it's here. And then we'll delete that. So you can visit our YouTube channel right here. And then what does that say? The main channel. So YouTube channel. And we'll just add some social media links down here. We would love to use pictures, but we're just gonna have our basic just copy and paste. So what's the other one? Blue sky. Well, I'll get some more posts. I'll make a post on this website at the end of the day. But for now, we'll just keep this. So blue sky, and then we'll paste the link. So it's href, and we'll paste our link here. So this will list our main page, second page. I wonder what the A is for. I really don't know. P is for paragraphs, I know that. So now we have this guy, and I think that really covers most of everything, honestly. Let's open up my channel. What do I have on there? So I have, GitHub. That's all my projects, so we'll definitely include that. Key, paragraph, and we'll do GitHub. And then we'll have the link right here. Don't know if these streams are a good idea or not, but we'll go with it, honestly. Oh, somebody said hi, so say hello back to Prem Kumutarian. Is that what it says? Prem Kuma Alcian. That's actually really hard to say, but I'll just say hi back. And what's that mean? I don't know what the crown means. Maybe it's just the top best commenter because he's the only guy who commented. That's cool. I don't know. And then we'll say code base. This will be code base. And then we're gonna save this. Well, let's delete some stuff, but then we'll save this in a second. Okay, and what do I have down here? Let's go back to our main page. So we have some of the goals are, as I have listed right here. Where is this at? We can just delete all of this. I think, right? Yeah, we can just delete all this. We don't need that. Go here, and it's all gone. So what is this? Should I have this at the bottom? I don't know what that's for. I forgot. I think it was just in a tutorial. What's the point of the C? Let's see. We'll just delete that. I don't think you need it. And then we'll save this. See if this looks nice so far. Let's see. Oh, let's add another let's move this upwards. I still don't know how to copy. Someone commented how to copy text, but it didn't work for whatever reason. So we're just gonna have to deal with it at the moment. And we'll look it up in a moment if we need to copy a lot of stuff. So counter. So we do, we're not using Rust here. So get commit changes to index.html. And then we're gonna get push -u origin main. That is called master. And let's look at the changes we got. So refresh. Or is there an error? Let's open up a private page here. The gamer noob. So the changes didn't happen yet. Okay, now they're through. This takes a second because it got to the build. So who am I? And Gabe devs plans to building video games. While I'm in college for electrical engineering, my main OS is Linux Ubuntu. Drawing game. Counter. Maybe I'll also add some pictures right here just to make it look a little bit interesting. We'll see. Nano index HTML. And then we'll just close that off right there. Is that timer still there? Yeah, it's still there. That's awesome. Alright. So our page is looking pretty neat so far. We still have like 11 hours and a half, which is... I don't think I should have made this so long. That was probably a mistake. But we'll carry through it. This will force us to get our website done. So let's get to adding, let's look up HTML because I want to add some pictures. How do I add pictures? Let's look it up, CSS. Let's see, basics. What's the name of that one website? There's like, this one's one website that has pretty good sources for info. It's called Mozilla. So Mozilla HTML and CS docs. Let's see what they have about this. Okay, so they have one for each. It's specifically designed for it. So it says HTML is the basic building block. It defines the meaning structure. And other technologies besides HTML describes the web appearance presentation. Is that what CSS stands for? No, there's no C. That's my bad. And then functionality is JavaScript. WebAssembly is actually works along JavaScript because it can translate C++, C, or Rust into JavaScript. Why would it do that? Because from what it said, it adds a lot more functionality that JavaScript can't do. And it's also a lot more efficient because it still does the same thing as Rust would do, so it's efficient and safe, but it's just translated to JavaScript somehow. I don't know much about that. It compiles it into another language. Just like the way I can understand it is like when you're writing C and then it compiles, you compile it into machine language. But what WebAssembly does is it compiles those languages like C, C++, or Rust into JavaScript. So it can work on the web page. And that's what we're going to learn how to, and maybe today, because we have a lot of time. Maybe. That's always what I think at first. So it's a markup annotation language, images and other content for display. So these are the different things you have right here. I heard of div. I don't know what it does. See what it says. Div is generic container for flow content. It has no effect until you style it with CSS. Okay. Well, that's a good example. Div class 14. And then you have an image, that's what we want. And then beware of the leopard. Why does it have those colors? Okay, we'll use this example here in a moment. That's a really good example. So now we're looking at that. Let's see if we can see a span image, audio. Give music start playing when you open your website. That would be interesting. So audio is the element that you embed audio. It may contain one or source audio sources. The web browser would choose. You know, I've made some music before, but this was when I was in middle school, and I think I made them all on the school tablet. So unfortunately, I don't have access to them, but that would be pretty awesome if I can get my old music that I made. And this was before like AI was like generating all music now. It's terrible. So let's see. Control audio play. Okay, there's a lot here. Okay, let's just see how we can add images. So it looks like this is how you add an image. So let's test that out. We'll add a penguin. We'll add a penguin to our website. So Linux. We'll get a Linux penguin in here. See if we can find a good picture. That's a good one. So I'm not going to save these pictures directly. It's probably not a good idea, but we can just take a screenshot, and then we'll open up our image editor. We're just drawing app, and then we'll take the screenshot we got, drop it in here, and then we'll get rid of the background and start erasing all this right here. So I get rid of the background there. Let's get our paintbrush out and get rid of the rest of this, so we can just have our penguin. Well, actually, we're gonna add this at the top of our website. So let's add some text here. Okay. And then let's open this up again. So let's add some text. So we're gonna add big gamer noob. What did I say I wanted to have? Game dev channel. game dev channel website. And we're gonna make this white because the background's gonna be dark. So save. I'm gonna have to get two pictures, one of dark and one of white, if I'm at the dark mode. But we'll save this all so we're not gonna lose it. So we're gonna place this right here. Maybe I'll make this a little bit bigger. Okay. And then now let's save this. So website main page image. And then we'll save it as a PNG as well, so we can use it in our website. So PNG. Alright, and that should be it. So we're going to photos, art, and then we're going to drag this to new window, documents, open up our website, and then we're going to drop this in here. So now we should be able to use this for our website. Let's go to the top, and then we're going to add this right here. Okay. So let's go to this example. And we're just going to have an image on its own, see what that does. So we do image src equals, so it's going to be under images. And then what's it called? Oh no, I gotta change that. So website, and then we're gonna call this website welcome. That PNG. Okay. So now we got this picture here. Let's back out and open up index. And let's put this up the front. See what this looks like. We're gonna build this in a moment. So we have our image, and then close it off right here. And I think we need an imitating lizard. Imitating leopard. Do we need that? I don't think so. This is what they got. Okay. How to add a image and let's see what it says. Why do we need alt again? Okay, so the CSS is what's needed to define its size. So I don't think we can get around that. So we're just going to use this example right here. We're going to call this div class, and then we're going to say this welcome, because this is going to be the welcome logo. Okay. And then we'll have an alt that says alt equals penguin. How do I know how to set? That's terrible. Penguin. Okay. So penguin. So we have our favorite penguin in here now. And then we're not gonna add any text. Just gonna end it right here. Okay. This seems a little bit off. Why does it just say image? IMG. Let's copy and paste this whole thing real quick. Okay, so that's normal. And we'll delete this all. See if there's any updates. God damn. God damn. Okay, so we do have to add some CSS, unfortunately. So this is how they do it. They add warning. Again, this is where you define the shape. Okay, should we put this in our main? Yeah, why not? So main CSS. As always, messed it up. So dot welcome. Welcome. That's our class. Okay, that's the same. So let's start defining our image. So we'll do a very thin border. Actually, we don't. Yeah, I might delete this, but we'll just define a very thin border just to follow the example. And then ridge black. And then we're not going to define the background. So padding. So we're going to add a padding to our image here. Why not? I might delete this in a moment. Not sure what flex direction does. But we'll just add this. So column. And then we'll close this off right here. So dot welcome image. And this defines the shape, I'm guessing. So width. And we'll do 100%. And then what else did I got? So the P is for the text. So I don't have to do that. And I do remember you do have to make an update here. So let's get this in front of me. So how do we notify that the CSS has been updated? I think this is a problem I had in my last example where's the public one? Oh, well, this is not it. Man, where is it at? Should be around here. Oh, I must have made it private. Maybe it's the one I'm working on right now. Well, that wouldn't make sense because it's probably this one right here. I had it public. And then we're going to do index. Okay, and let's just update this. So get add, get commit, index.html. main.css and then git push origin main master. And that gets the basic idea where we want our top image done at the top of the screen. And then we also want this section where it brings you to different HTML pages. This is what we'd like to do next, I'd say. Is that what we want to do next? Let's see. So website plan. So I think for our website plan, we want to have a bunch of links that bring you to different HTML pages. So we want our home. That's what we're working on, our home. Our project, gallery, Devlog content, and then roadmap. And on our home page, we want to have, I kind of have it outlined in index. Index, we want to have who I am in a drawing game. I want a placeholder for this that defines the shape of my drawing game. Counter, awesome idea. Didn't think of it now. And then this is what we're gonna have for our main, but I think we need to do some branching off, and I do have an example that will help me with that to bring the extra HTML pages. So we'll do that as we get this top bar done with all the different, bring you to all the different ones here. So let's get the example open. But first, let's look at the changes to our website. There should be, oh wow, that's really large. So actually, let's first fix this image because it takes up so much space that it's really excessive right now. So I love this. Now how do I center an image? So okay. How do I center a image in CSS and define its size? So that's the first thing we need to do. To center an image, define it with different methods. Okay. Well, what do we got? Flex direction column. So we'll define an actual width here. So let's see if we put 200 pixels. And then what does margin auto do? Margin auto. Let's click on this website because this guy probably has more direct information. So we can display horizontal image centered. We use margin auto or display flex. Margin auto is one way to centralize page using, since the image is an embedded element. Okay. And you have to define the width. The width of the image must be smaller than the width of the page. Okay. So here's the example. So margin auto, and the width is going to be 500% or 50%. Because it's a little bit too big right now. I'll probably say 25%. What does the display block do? Let's try out the example. He just has those two right there. Okay, let's just update with those two and see what that does. Git add. So we're working on the main the main image for our website. The image get push -u origin main master. Okay, we'll see the changes. We'll see if this is smaller. And we'll open up the page here I'm hosting it on, and we can see as it gets built. Maybe. Let's see. Okay, it should be updated. Maybe. Big game noob. This is with the new updates too. It's already built, yeah. Okay, so it's way too big still. It takes up this whole entire space. This is ridiculous. So what does this do? So let's see what that does. Arranges the flex in vertical columns, stacking them on front, top to bottom on the main axis. Okay, so I don't need that. I think the main problem is that the CSS doesn't update unless you can tell it to. That's what I had, and it really was frustrated last time. So if we go to our example right here, what we added was something that I can change. Let's see. It was like a question mark, b equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then all I have to do is change this number, and it should tell it to update. So let's see what happens once I got that. And then we'll push the main. And now we can open this. This kind of shows us as it gets built. And then we can also see our build of it. Where would it say that? Should be somewhere around here. But it does tell you, I don't know. Let's pretend we have unlimited for now. So now we set a box to this huge fucking thing here. This is ridiculous. So that resizing is really nice. That's not what one does right now. So let's go back to the example that they gave us. What was it right here? Display block. Main.css. They put this in the HTML section, which is weird. Another way to center an image is using display flex. Here we put the image So display flex. So we're gonna use that. It seems like it might be working better. Oh, this is not even spelled correctly. That's probably causing a bunch of issues. But we'll add display flex. So display flex, and then just define content center, and we'll see if that does it. We'll give this an update, so we'll see if these changes do anything here. So I think once we get that done, we'll have our main picture, and then we can start working on the tab where it allows us to change to different pages. If you noticed right here, we'll have these all, we'll just have them like this with like underlined. So you can know these are separate text here. And you can click, you should be able to click them on them all. So our new build is done. Oh yeah, you gotta update the thing I was talking about too. Definitely can't forget that. So we just change the number. And then we're gonna push the changes here. And we can watch this happen right here. See if it doesn't. It's looking somewhat nice. It's pretty messy so far. So far, but hopefully we can get that solved out. So the nail thing, it's been updated. So okay, that's a lot smaller. There's still like a lot of column length here that we don't really want. It's still not centered as well. So that is another big issue. Is let's get rid of the padding. I mean, we'll keep the padding, but we'll get rid of the border. Okay. And then why is the centering not working? That's what I'm wondering about. So we'll go to the example they got. So they put this under div. How did I know what div that's supposed to go to? Let's see. I don't know, but we do need to define a height. I think that's what we're missing. Height. And we're gonna do 400 pixels. Let's do 100 pixels. We'll make it small. And see if that changes anything majorly. And then we'll update this number right here as well. So now let's see if these changes added anything significant. Let's update, because honestly this is too much. Get push minus u origin master. Let's try changing this to 200. So it doesn't change the image size itself, but the box that it's in. Okay. And I think I was editing the section where it says image. Okay, let's just refresh the tab here. Okay, I see what's going on here. Just squashed it. Oh no. Okay. Let's add our update to this. And go to main.css. So the image is very squashed, unfortunately. And we also need to change the size of this. So just by content center display flex. Let's see if that helps it out. And then let's see if that changes anything. For top photo guy. How do you see the HTML? So how to see a website HTML and CSS. I think there's an expect shortcut. Let's see. So command option U. Command option U. Inspect. Let's refresh the tab. So okay, that looks nice. Nice. So it's finally centered. Thank God. Okay. So this is centered now. There's a little bit too much space between the two still. So let's go back to index. Add an update to this. And then open up main.css. So obviously at the top, there's a little bit too much height. Let's add 200 pixels. See what that looks like. So everything is centered, which is awesome. Don't know what I'm doing, but something's happening. Something's happening, and it's what I want. So I think there's a border region, and then there's our actual image that we're working with. Let's add the color back. Can I? What did I use for the color? What was that example I was looking at? Let's see the changes I got. Okay, so that brought everything closer, which is what we wanted. Still, it still doesn't look right. That's for sure. I think the image needs to be bigger. So update CSS, and then I think the image needs to be bigger. So do 600, and then we'll make its left bigger. And see if that changes it majorly. Okay. And let's open up our image editor, because I do notice that there's white pixels kind of around the edges. That's fine, whatever. I'll have to live with it. So it's still doing a new update. wonder if I can figure out what's the actual limitations to this. Because there should be, if I remember correctly. Because I'm using Cloud for Pages. It's all free what I'm using right now, except for the URL that I bought. Because apparently URLs are not free unless you're a URL provider. Okay. So that's not correct. So let's bring that back up. Nano index. We'll leave that at 300 as we had before. And I don't know why I can't find it anymore. Web analytics. This is just how it's doing. Account analytics. Oh, that's great. Why is my email right there? That's amazing, man. Okay. Oh, there's the usage. It only says 2. Maybe it just hasn't updated yet. We'll see. It'll be like 100 in a moment. Okay, and this should be updated now. Alright. So I do need to change its height. Because it looks a little bit squashed. Let's compare it to this. And this guy. This guy looks very sad. And does it change with the page size? Okay, it does now. That means it's all perspective, right? Because this looks normal. Huh. I mean, I could just leave it like this. It looks super ghetto. Super messy. Okay, well, I'll change that. So how do I make it taller then without sticking through the page? Okay, we'll just move on because we're spending too much time on our profile picture for our top page. I mean, our profile, but our penguin. So now that we got that, let's start working on the next tab. So why does it look normal now? I'll just set this back to 300. Let's open up my example from what I worked on before a year ago and see what I did here. So I did add some more HTML pages. We have just one extra one. So which one are we gonna create first? So let's go back to our rough drawing. So we have our home main page, and then what do we really want next? I'd say probably our. So we want our home area, which we're done. We done that, and then we want a projects. So projects is probably what we want. We're just gonna have an empty HTML page for that. And then Devlog pages. So we're gonna do those two. So we wanna have projects, home, and then Devlog. I mean, and then we're gonna do these last three once we have that down. Okay, so how are we gonna do this? Let's go to my example that I have here. So what brings me to a new page? That's what I gotta figure out. Education. This is just where it says contacts. This was supposed to be like a resume website. I might get this back up. Just so I can create this one more time. So I think this is where it's at, drop down. Ooh. And then it goes to this. Okay, we'll just see how to integrate this. So drop down the HTML, which is its own page, I guess. Okay. We'll just look it up. This should have everything we need, really, honestly. So we're gonna go, where was my original search? Mozilla CSS. And then we're gonna do some links that bring us to these other HTML pages. So there's definitely a lot you can do here. And what we want to make is columns, because they are going to be columns, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, for each text that we're going to click on. So columns is what we want, and then you probably want to go to HTML if you want to go to bring into a new page. So that should be what we're looking for. So we want to be able to bring us to another page. So how do we do that with HTML? I kind of have my example here, but it doesn't really make sense. Not really at all. Not really. I know there's some JavaScript that we had. Maybe the JavaScript is what does that. Maybe, no, I don't know. Let's do an online search. How to have images clicked to bring up another HTML page. To make an image clickable and redirect to another HTML page, wrap the image tag inside with an A anchor and then the href attribute to the destination. We'll do that with the penguin right now. Well, let's first create our new HTML page. So let's open up let's create this one. So we're gonna first create our projects. So projects dot HTML. So that's the first thing we're gonna do here. And let's create that. And what we're going to have in here to start with, what do you need in there? You just need to specify it's HTML, so doc type HTML lang equals English. Let's see. And then you also need a header, I'm guessing, as you would. So it's all the basics. Let's just copy and paste it. So copy, paste. Because it should be about the same. And then we'll just compare it to this real quick, just to make sure everything's right. Yep, should be good. And then you have your body here for your HTML. Body. And then you want to end it with HTML again. HTML. But where does it start? Oh, it starts with the language section. That's where it starts at. My laptop sounds, it's gonna explode. I'll just shut this off so I don't have to listen to this loud sound forever again. Because that's gonna be way too much. That's what I gotta figure out with my laptop. Is it has like a supercharge where its fan is just like blasting. And all you have open is like 2 tabs. Like 2! Why is the fan so loud? Like what the fuck? And it's too much, so H1, welcome to new page. And then we're gonna copy our image again, so we can so we have a way back. We're gonna paste this in here, and then we're gonna go to. I also want to have this class. Okay, and now let's go to the example that AI gave us. So let's go over to index. So we want to bring this to our next our next HTML page. To do that, you go to your image, and then I guess right here, I'm not sure. So href equals, and then projects.html, and and then the A right here. This is good that it's not in the CSS section, so that we can go back to projects and then allow us to bring us back. I just opened the same damn page, man. I'm going crazy. So let's have a way to bring us back. href, and then we're gonna have the index HTML, and then the shape bring us back home. Let's see if that works. So we're gonna do get add all, get commit, and we'll actually add some context. So projects channel added, get push version Alright, we'll see how long it takes for the new changes to come out. I think my face might be too big, honestly. And our new build should be done here. Oh, amazing. That's terrible. Why did it get smaller? Oh no. Alright, we'll check out the CSS and figure out why did it get smaller. That's so weird. Like, oh my god. Alright. Let's check something right now. But then I'm getting a lot of subscribers. This is actually insane. I did not expect that. I mean, I can't believe how much I have for now, to be honest. It's really, like, amazing. I know some people think it's probably, like, small, but honestly, anything above 100, when you used to have 0, it's insane. It's just insane, man. And hopefully this is something I can continue on the next, 5 to 10 years. Or hopefully we're all still here by then. I hope so. Most people in my favorite age are around 30, I'd say. So most of us should probably be here in 5 years, I hope. So let's go to our index, and then I think its width is way too small. Right? Let's set this back to 100. And then let's make sure that it knows to update it, because this is something I found this out through a ton of searching. It's just this question mark V and this number, for whatever reason, if you change it, it tells it to update the CSS. Without it, it doesn't know it's supposed to. So it can be really frustrating if you don't know that. So now that we got that, let's check out our new changes. So our penguin should be bigger. We'll see that. Oh, we want to push it now. So push is the main. So it looks pretty good. So our hyperlinks work. We're not. I don't know if we should keep. Maybe we'll keep that as like a little. Well, only people watching this stream should know. But we'll keep the penguin as a hyperlink, and we'll make a secret HTML page. And what's gonna be under the HTML page is gonna be like, I don't know, it'll be an Easter egg. It'll be like something neat, maybe a random science fact, like we all have like a gravitational pull. The same reason, I mean, that's why all planets have a gravitational pull. It's just they have so much mass that you can actually notice. Things are very small, their gravitational pulls. It's so small that you can't notice, but it is measurable. You can measure your gravitational pull, but there's so much other mass in the area that's probably too much noise, I would assume. So it might be too hard to measure it. Unless you can filter out that noise somehow. I don't do that type of stuff, so I don't know. But I think you could. Maybe. We'll see. I'm sure there's some cool videos on that, so have the changes been made? This is right here. Let's open up a private window again. So it's a little bit bigger. Look on the new page. And we'll create our hidden page. So now that we know how to do this, so hidden page. .html. Okay. Hidden page.html. Contains random facts. Maybe in the future, I'll figure out how to like have like a random fact come up that comes like from the internet. Somehow it's like randomly generated. Alright. And how do I want to put this up? Do I want the text first? Well, let's see what we got here. Okay, let's move this below it. Random fact of the day. And this will just be a hidden page. I'll try to find something cooler. But for now, we're just gonna have a random fact. So, random fact of the day. H1. And let's say, so we all have a gravitational pull. Sometimes we can it's just so small you can't notice unless no, we'll not make a mom joke. That might be too much. So I'll have and then this will bring you back to index.html. Okay. And then we'll open up index.html, and then we'll add this little hidden page that people might not know. Should be, where's my penguin? Okay. So this should bring you to a hidden page. Let's get the no changes in. And then we'll add this to the comments too. If somehow some reason people read them. So hidden page. Get push origin name master. And that should bring you to it. Now let's see how long it takes for this update to come through. I'm gonna have to take a step back for a moment, and I'll be back in a moment. All right. I'll just leave this on here. Maybe it updates. Alright, then. Back to it again. Back again. Alright. Let's see how it's going. Dude, we're 1 hour and a half way in. Oh my god. This is gonna be one. Alright. Still have a lot more to go here. Let's see if we can make this look work. Why is that so much smaller when it goes to a no page? What the heck? Index. Hidden page. Maybe because it's a text above it? That does not look good whatsoever. Lol, that's so goofy. Alright, well, I like what I got going on here so far. Looks very nice, yours. Alright. I'm just checking. Make sure is my description even like readable? It's not ideal. Hopefully, it's understandable. So I had some tabs in there. So you can kind of know what's going on. Well, I can add some points, bullet points. And I do need to add some pictures for the social media links so that we can, so we're not just clicking on the link. Actually looks a little bit nice. But we'll do that after we get this get these columns down. And save. So the description should be a little bit more readable. Not look like a complete mess that I was a second ago. So yeah, it should be a little bit more readable now. Hopefully this is looking pretty good. Alright. So now that I got this down, we need to work on those columns because I know how to make. We can get the hrefs. Now how do we get the columns? Why is this still so small? What? Let's do an update. Let's see if removing the top text fixed it. Maybe it didn't. Is my audio even working? I don't think I've ever checked that. Hopefully it's not like quiet throughout the whole video. Okay. So there, it's definitely working. I mean, I guess while I'm here, I might as well put some music on so I'm not dying of boredom throughout this 12-hour session. Hold up. Right again. So let's see if that fixed the problem I was looking at. No, it does not. Why does it get so small? So let's open as a hidden page. Maybe I just gotta update the CSS. Alright, and then we'll see if that fixes it here. That should be whatever the issue was. Now let's work on CSS columns, because that's the next thing you want, is be able to click on different tabs and have us go to them. So that's what we need here. So we're going to be working on a basic concept of multi-layer columns. Alright. So you can set column width, count, columns. Okay. So defining columns by adding a column count, a column width. Specifying the number of columns. Okay. And that puts them all into different columns, right? Right beside each other. So let's define our columns. So we're gonna open up index.html. And I'm gonna put into between two lines here. So we can give it its own section. So we're gonna do div class equals, and we're gonna call this selection. I don't know. And then we're gonna have, so it looks like you just divide it into multiple sections here. So it's div. So we're gonna have images. That's what we're gonna need, right? So let's make a bunch of images. So we're gonna go to here and let's just make a new thing here. We don't need this background. It's just gonna make a mess. So we're gonna have, what are the main things we want? So we want home project. So let's start with home. So we're gonna open up. So we're gonna have home. And then we're gonna make this color white. And see what that looks like. We're just gonna do two at a time. So you have home. And we'll place it right here. How do we specify the size? Is it right here? It did not change size in effect. Okay, you don't want that. That's terrible. Oh, it's gonna be right here. Let's do something a little bit smaller. Okay, that looks good. So we're gonna save this as a PNG. So save as PNG. Call this home. And then let's drag this to where it needs to go. So looking for one that's called home. Should be under here, right? Yep, bring home. And then we need, let's do two. Just have two at the moment. And then we're gonna do projects. and then save as PNG. Projects. And then let's drag that to where we need it. So this will bring our images over. Once we have this, we can put them into our columns, hopefully. And we're just assuming that works like that. I don't know if it's going to. So we have our projects now. And then how do you specify an image again? So we need, okay. So selection, and then we're gonna do image src equals / images / what's it called, home.png, and then we close that off right there. Alt homepage, and let's see if that works. Let's add one more image. So we're gonna add our, let's add some audio here so it's not so boring. All right. And now we're gonna have our projects image. Images projects.png. And this is going to be our project page. And then we'll close this off right here. So let's see if that works. Hopefully this will be like 2 side-by-side images. We'll see. But we also need to specify its CSS segment. That's the next step right now. So how do we do that? So CSS is going to be body, and then you have how does that correlate to it directly? Column count 3. Oh, container. And I called this selection. And then we're going to put this down here. Dot selection. And we're going to type in our column count, which is 2. Count 2. Main CSS index. And see if that update actually does what we're looking for. So we're going to do get add. This is how you add it. All the updates. And then you got to commit it. Selection. And then get push. Origin main. Or master. That's what it was called. Alright, let's see if that works. Let's check some things up here. Holy moly. Oh my god. They're like 2 hours in here so far. Oh god, this is a bad idea. Alright. Okay, these are not side by side at all. These are just on their own, aren't they? I don't know what that does. So for whatever reason, they're placed in columns, but mine is not. What? These should be down. I made an update to this, right? And then this is called selection. Now, why is this selection not working in here? That's what I don't get. Selection, column count 2. Yeah, that's spelled correctly. Column width. Okay. So I said both number and width for columns. That's what it does. No, Elias is not changing it. Maybe I gotta do the same thing for image. Like what I did right here. Because we got images that we're working with too. Let's see if that fixes it. And then post the new changes and see if that adds in what we're looking for. Hopefully. Maybe not. Alright. Updated a few seconds ago. Still I don't think those are images. Let's try replacing them with text. Let's see if that does anything. Let's copy this. I don't have to type it again. So I'm going to copy this. And then we're going to paste it over here. Okay. Now I should be able to delete them and not worry too much about it. And let's replace them with paragraphs. So P menu /P, and then we're gonna have projects. I think you just use CSS to add boxes to them, I'm assuming. How would you do that anyways? Looking at this example, yeah. Okay, now they're side by side, like I was looking for. Alright, let's add some boxes to them. And make sure it gets updated. So we call 3. And then we're going to open up main.css. Okay, so what we need to do here is we need to add some basic borders around them. Like what's going on here. So we got border 1 pixel, ridge black or white, and then padding. Don't know what that does, but we'll have it there. See what that looks like. Hopefully it makes the little boxes around it. And it might look pretty nice. We'll see. We don't know what's going on until it does. Ooh. Yeah, I have to cut it early. Need to take a break here. Okay, there's one big box around them all. I think I understand why. Main.css. Okay. Is that gonna be correct? Yeah, it looks like it should. This is the right one too. Alright. We'll see what type of changes adds to our program. So we're just working on the sidebar. It allows us to bring us to each image. And we still have to add the hyperlinks too. Let's see if that works. Alright. So we got a lot to do here. So we can get so far. So we got our box. I don't know why this one's hard in the other. It's awful. But it is coming together. Okay, so there's boxes now. That's what we're looking for. Main.css. How to make a paragraph. Hover over it. CSS. See if we can use that to help us out. To make a paragraph light up when it's hover CSS, you can use the hover pseudocode class. Apply visual effects, such as changing effect. Okay, so they add this to there. CSS hover effect. Only in highlight. Oh, it's just p hover. They don't do that for any paragraph, just specifically in selection. Now, how do I define? How do I add this to here? Probably needs its own section. Selection p hover and then we do background color yellow. Let's see if that works. But I also want to how to make the border paragraph size. So we want to get the border to match the size of the paragraph. Because if I go to the website right here, notice how the box takes up the whole entire screen. We want the boxes just to be on the text itself, so that it's not just exploded everywhere. But let's just push the current changes. Commit hover push -u origin main, and we'll see what the change is done. I also have to wait. I don't know if I ever updated the index, did I? I don't think I did. But I also need to change this every single time, just to see the changes happen. Without it, you actually can't see them. To make a border fit tightly around the text contained in a paragraph, wrap the text inline with span and div. Allow the border to confirm to text rather the full container. Apply padding. So we're going to put main.css, and then we'll see what's going on with this. Maybe it'll help, maybe it won't. We'll have to figure it out here. So you have to use span. And then how do I adjust the length of the border? If I take a look at these guys' website, they got rid of the border here. Well, let's just push the changes again so I can see what it looks like. But let's figure out how do we make it so that the box fits to the text instead of just being a gigantic mess. So there's no images here. We can delete that. So we have P, selection P. We set the border. So CSS how to set border width. Okay. So that's what we want to do. We want to set its width so that it's not too large. So border width, and we're going to do 5 pixels. So it's going to be pretty small. We'll see what happens here. But let's look at the current changes. It should highlight now. I didn't mean to do that. Index.html. There's no paragraphs on the penguin. That's weird. So we go to our welcome. We got rid of the box around him. So why is it there? So let's open up a private window so we can see our changes. Okay, so it does highlight now. That's awesome. We gotta change that color though, that's awful. And then we got a little hidden fact if you click on the penguin guy. I don't know what's going on here. We'll just stick with the private window because that shows a more accurate representation of what we're working with. So what color are these guys? These guys use, but it turns the text black. How do you do that? Okay. So we set border length and then let's open up another tab. So CSS, how to set paragraph color, because we want to set the color so it's readable. We don't want to have yellow on top of white. That is awful for the colors. So, okay, so it's just color, right? Color. So we're gonna do this white, and then the text is gonna be black. So it actually looks readable when hover. Okay, so that makes sense. When it's being hovered over, set that color, but when it's not being hovered, white. Okay, and then let's add a change to our index so we can see the changes of our new text. So we're gonna do git add, git commit, and color changes to selection, git push. Alright, let's see what those changes do to our website. It should look pretty cool now. I mean, right now I don't like how it's off. Like, why? Why is it off? That's so bad. Alright, let's see when our update. So it's in progress. Still building here. So I want to have something like this. I was looking at these the school website, club website, and they have it how it's like when you hover over, it changes to white. I like how it does that. So that's what we're gonna try to do here. Now, where's my website at? So it should be right here. The padding changed. Oh yeah, the colors changed now too. Very nice. It's still pretty goofy though. So let's open our main and see why is that happening. So column width is 200 pixels. Let's go back to our column area. It probably has something to do with the 200 pixels being too big. And so it has to shift them to kind of solve that problem there. I don't know. Let's make the size smaller. So we can say 50 pixels. And then don't forget to update this right here. Something random. And let's get our changes added. Of course, we're gonna have to wait for it to build again, but that should be fine. So let's start adding hyperlinks to those. So we're gonna go to index, and we want each box that we click on to bring us to a different page in our website. So that's what we're gonna do next. To do that, we need to figure out where did we do this at. So selection. Let's indent these so you can kind of know where this is at. So to add a thing that brings us to another page, we go to here and do href, and then we put in the page. So this one's going to be index.html because this is where we're at. And then you need to have this to make it like kind of like a string. I'm guessing that's how it works on here. And now you can indent this again, and then you end the link right here. And then we're going to go to pages, so href. And then we're going to do, this is going to be projects. Let's make sure that we're actually spelling this right. So it's all lowercase. That's given now. And we'll just copy and paste this. It basically it just guarantees that you're not going to have any mistakes. And let's close this off. Let's see if that brings us to our new pages. So we're going to push our new changes now. So hyperlinks to other HTML pages, to selection, and then let's get the changes going. The changing the pixel size didn't do anything, did it? No, it did not. It's still just about the same. Alright, well, no changes were added. Okay, so they work. Let's get rid of those borders. So new main. Write a visual borders. I still want to be able to see what the borders look like. So let's add this back. Let's refresh it so I can go ahead and copy and paste it. This will be under main. And see if the borders change or not. Hopefully they look nice, so they're not super messy. But only one way to know. Border change to selection. And we're just gonna keep that for a moment while we make our changes to it. Lady, gotta wait for it to update. That's looking cool so far. Pretty cool. So am I changing the right stuff? Because it hasn't noticeably changed like at all. So the border around the text, 5 pixels. That is not what it should be. Because it should be defined around the text. Let's look it up right now. How to define borders around text. I mean, this place, this is probably where you want to go. Fill column gap. Because this is what we want to make it like a grid almost. So a column width. See what else I got here. This sets the width. Let's add some more columns. So we're gonna do, let's do 5. And we're gonna open up index. Of course we gotta update this too. Alright, so we're gonna have 5 here. What else do we want to have here? So we want projects, gallery, and then we also want Devlog, so eventually we're gonna get that going. Devlog, these are just gonna be placeholders as we don't plan to do this, not yet, but we'll get there. And then we want road map, and then else, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're gonna have 6. I'm gonna have to go back and change that. Contact. Let's go back up to here. So we actually have 6 columns. Alright. And let's make sure that index actually tells it to update. If you notice I'm changing this, this tells the whatever the web browser to make sure that it's updated. And then we're gonna push these changes here. And hopefully it doesn't take too long to get started. We won't know until it keeps going. It's going pretty good. Thanks for asking. Alright. See, the changes are in. So this is still off, but it's looking better. We have, what happens when you shrink this? They get pushed together. That's not ideal. Alright. This is the before the building. Yeah, this is gonna be like a website for my YouTube channel. It's gonna be like a centralized place where you can find just basically who I am. I plan to add a drawing game. Just right now I'm learning to use Bevy, and right now you can port Rust code over WebAssembly. So that's what I'm gonna do for my next video. We also have a counter that we plan to do so we can know when future things are gonna happen. Projects. Gallery is gonna store the pictures that people can draw. So this drawing game is gonna allow people who visit my website to draw things, and then they can save it, and it's gonna go to gallery. And my YouTube channel is where this is gonna be like basically where you can find me outside of my channel. I don't know, I've been thinking it's a good idea, so I made it a challenge where I'll work on this for like 12 hours straight and see how far I can go. Is it a bad idea? It probably is. It's a long time, but we'll see how it goes. And this other website right here is kind of using as my inspiration. These guys are a club at a school I like to go to. I'm currently a student at a community college, and it's actually my last semester before transferring, so I'm pretty excited. I don't know where I'm gonna go yet because none of it's guaranteed. This club is at UCI, and I actually really close to not meeting their GPA requirement for this because they need a 3.0 in your 3 calculus classes, 3 physics, linear algebra, differentials, and circuit analysis. And I currently have a C in my math for 3C calculus, and then physics 4A, which is kinematics, or that's the first part of the class, is kinematics. So I really have to catch up this last semester. I'm currently in my winter break. We have like 1 day left, so I'm just trying to get out. How much can I do before I get super busy of school? Oh, the only reason GPA matters is because the transfer you need to have a minimum GPA. Without this minimum GPA, they won't even look at my my application. So it's it does matter when you're trying to transfer, but after you transfer, your GPA doesn't matter anymore, kind of. I think that's how it works, because nobody really cares about your GPA as long as you're doing good and you're working on things once you transfer. But before then, it does matter a decent amount. I have a good friend who's he was hoping to transfer too, but he can't transfer to any because I think his GPA is like a 1 point something. It's terrible. So he has to stay at his community college a little bit longer because he actually can't transfer. For me, I can transfer to other UCs. It's just UCI specifically is very competitive, and I may or may not meet it. So we're gonna have this chains. So what I'm trying to do right now is that these boxes right here, I want to make them side by side, and then also have them kind of look like this website example I was showing. Where did I place it? So when you hover over it, it highlights the box. So I got the highlighting done. Now I just need to define the shape, because right now it's really not ideal, where you have a lot of extra text space off to the right of it, and it looks really messy. So I want to have the box wrapped around the text, but also have like an area defined around each of them. So that's what we're trying to look at. I know when we go to our CSS, we have just the box border that will go around all of these guys. And then we also have a selection that goes around each of our text right here. And maybe it's because I'm setting it too small. So I'm going to set each of these to 150 and see if my border size changes a lot. So we're going to make that change. If it changes, we'll see. So we're going to do cargo. Trans. And then, well, so I set these to 150. Hopefully, the borders are a little bit bigger than kind of expected here. What is padding? No. God damn it. Good thing a bot can't click a button. Maybe it's padding I'm looking for. Padding is used to generate space around an element, so that's what I'm looking for. In CSS, let's try to copy and paste in this. And hopefully that will define my space around my text. Index. And then we'll update this. Okay, comment. Update border on selection. git push master. So let's see if the maybe it's the padding I was missing. That totally could be why the size is not changing at all. We'll have to see here. See when the change happens. A few seconds ago. Oh wow. What happened here? That's really whack. So it looks like they still have different proportions, which is not what I was looking for. So let's get rid of this. So what's the difference between borders and padding? That's what I don't know right now. So bordering and padding and margins are distinct components that control the spacing and appearance of elements. Border is the visible line that surrounds an element, defined by border style. It separates the padding from the margin and stays style to vary, such as solid dashed lines or double. Padding refers to the space between an element's content and its border, creating an inner space of the element. Border spacing. That's a really good infographic right there. Let's look back at that right now. So, borders is the space between each of these guys. Now, and then it's a little bit more complicated. I might have to end this here. I'll just take a moment here to, and then let's just update this. It's the same updates before. So let's see if the changes happen. Oh. Alright, and I think after this I can Alright. I'll just take a moment here. I think it's been like 3 hours. Alright. Well, let's just look up what border spacing. So you can figure out how do we create those boxes that we're looking to make. So margins, establish a free space around the limiting. The margin is transparent. So this is the width. There's a margin change. It's 30 pixels here. But this one defines a different shape, doesn't it? These properties create a space around an element. Give us complete control over the margins. Okay. We can use margins to specify. Can I change this? No. So you have borders, padding, and margins. Those are like the three things I guess you gotta know. Padding is the lower edge of the CSS box. Namely, the outer edge. Okay. Emulating the elements and okay. What's the difference between these? This one's bigger. It also has this like almost like 3D effect that's going on. I can see what's going on. The text is more centered in the second example. It's set with as a padding. Oh, I can see what these guys did. Okay. Nav class. That's all they have for that one spot. That's interesting. How do they do that? And then they define it all inside there. And then nav, so top and nav is how they defined it. I'm gonna see the CSS. We're gonna see the, so it's like an index. This one is looking underneath. Looking for that face. It's probably underneath here. Top nav. So if I go back here, what was I just looking at? Top nav. That's what makes it possible. Top nav. So where's top nav to find that? Should be in here. If they have it in here. Let's see. Top nav. Background. Displays flex just by center. And then top nav. Sets the font size. And then active. That's the one that we're on. Let's just copy that. And then I'll try to implement what they did here, because this is, I don't know all the stuff to do this right now. And they have something that's going on pretty nice here. So if you go to top nav, let's see if we can add that to ours. Alright, so those are navigation. And let's add that to our program. So we'll do index.html, and we'll see if we can add what they did. So they use this thing called nav class. Well, I guess I'll look up real quick. Nav class HTML. Oh, cool. So they already have this all defined for you. Sick. Okay. So let's get our notes. Will be copied. Okay. So nav class equals top nav. A class. Is that going to be like active? Equals active href, and then it's going to bring you to index.html, and we're going to close one called home. Href and we're going to find projects dot html. So I should close it off, and then we're going to find projects. href equals gallery, not HTML, it doesn't exist yet, but we'll just leave that there. And then gallery. So this, hopefully this makes everything look amazing. We'll see. We'll definitely see. Road map .html. I'll definitely create those in a second. So that they do exist. And then we'll have contacts. And then contact.html. Contact. And then how do you wrap this up? Nav. Alright, and then we can just delete what we got down here. That ain't working. We also have to tell our CSS sheet to update. So we do that right there. And then guess we'll just delete all of this. So we don't need it anymore. Okay. Display flex. And then justify center. I'm guessing this is like the box that goes around them. So we'll leave the background out because we don't want a background. And then this part is going to apply to all the contents. What color is this? It's going to be gray. I guess we'll just have that. Might as well just copy and paste this. We'll save ourselves some time. And then let's apply this. So we gotta update it to get. See how long it takes for this to update. All right. Alrighty then. So once that's done loading, we can see what the new system works. Should be a lot better than what I was using earlier. That was terrible. Where's our lookup at? So CSS nav HTML. Alright, so the changes are in. That looks amazing. home. And they're all underlined too. Alright. And then we'll copy and paste this segment over to projects. Is it what I want though? Oh, I probably don't want the selected one to be blue. Let's change that to we'll change that to white, and then the text will be black. Okay. CSS color black. So we're looking for black, was just 0000. 1 0 and 3 zeros, and then we want the text to be black. The background will be white. So this will be F0 F8 FF. Okay. And then we'll push the change. Well, you gotta update the HTML as well. I tell it to update it. Once we get that down, we should be pretty good. And let's copy this over to projects. Nano projects, because we want to be able to navigate here. And we'll put that down here. Classic active. All right. We'll see this update come through. PHP. Once that's done, it should look pretty nice. It really does right now. Oh, I gotta update the CSS on there too. So open projects, and this needs to be updated too, and then we'll update it one more time. And then we'll push this to main. Where's my, oh, I gotta open the tab, right? That's pretty cool. So this navigation class makes things so much easier. Very nice. And what this goes here. How to open the CSS? Definitely looks a little bit different than what you see. Tell you that. What is this? Cloudflare Analytics. That's interesting. And they add that to the bottom. Okay. Inspect. So what defines the padding or the space around it is just this guy right here and font size. And then the color when it's hovered over. It looks good. Alright, so what I want to do next, probably add pictures for these. Make it so they're, it's not so messy. I can probably use the navigation thing as well. But first, let's get rid of some of the pictures I don't need. So we're gonna go to, don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need that. What's this for? Just doesn't open. Alright. Let's add some pictures for the social media links. Do that next. YouTube. Icon. Alright. We'll just use this one right here. And let's find one for bluesky as well. Do that too. We can probably use the navigation too for social media links. I'm gonna do that. It's like a really nice function. What else do we got? And then GitHub. GitHub icon. Alrighty then. That should be everything we need for picture wise. And we're gonna go to screenshots. Alright. Let's rename all of these. And this is blue sky. This one's going to be called GitHub icon. Okay, that should work pretty well. What did I change? Whatever I did, it should be updated by now. Alright, well, let's add the same thing for our navigation. So we're gonna get our navigation in class, so cat index, and we're gonna copy and paste this. And let's add this to the bottom. So we don't want text this time around, we want images. So how do we do that? How to add a href for a image. Let's see what it says. I know you add images using image right here. Let's see what it says right here. So the image src equals and then we can add all our images down here and their links. It'd be easy peasy lemon squeeze. And we'll just copy these so we can make sure they are all spelled exactly as intended. This is gonna be YouTube icon PNG, and then close that off. I can delete these guys over here. Alt YouTube logo. So active. I'm gonna get rid of this active section right here. Okay. And then we're gonna replace this with our YouTube link. And we're gonna place it right here. That looks good. Alright. Let's get the Let's get the rest of them down. So this one is going to be, we're only going to have 3 here. So we'll do YouTube, bluesky, and then we'll do GitHub. Copy link. And then we'll put our image in here. Image, src. We'll copy this initial section. And then our image. Bluesky logo. Alright, that's it for bluesky. Now I just got GitHub. Copy link. I'll delete those. We're not going to use those. And then let's put our next image, our last one, for our social media links. And then I'll copy our GitHub PNG. That should almost wrap us up for the social media links. Alright. And this will be our GitHub logo. And then let's define the CSS for this too. This one's called bottom. Let's copy this. You got the main CSS. And this will be bottom nav, which will have pretty much the same stuff. So display will be flex, whatever that is. Justify content. Right. Bottom nav a I don't have to do color. .5 VW 2 VW. And then should be it, right? Yeah, I forgot it's a little bit behind. That's tripping me. Alright, let's see what the no social media links look on our channel. I mean our website. Icons. And see how those changes go. So we added icons for the YouTube logo, GitHub logo, and bluesky and we added hyperlinks. So let's see if those added to our website so far. So it should update down at the bottom, and we'll see if that happens or not. I don't know. It's left up to this guy. Okay, those are really large. Well, they do all work, right? Yeah, they definitely do. They definitely do. Okay, now let's change their size, because they're way too big. Image. So, bottom, nav, image. Okay, so how do we define find the small size that we want? Well, let's do this and see if that does what we need out of this. Okay. Because I should capture the images that we're looking to update. Oh, I don't know, man. Is this a good idea? Might have to rename the video out there. It turns out not to be as crazy as wanted, but that's okay. Alright. So no changes should be in. Right? Or is it still building? No, it's deployed. These are very large. Okay. So how do we scale images? To scale images to the correct size while maintaining the aspect ratio, ensuring responsiveness. Use max width and audio height audio. So large. That should provide me more of what I'm looking for. Perhaps. We'll see. Okay. So that's what it says right there. So let's see if that works. Let's use a max with 100x and then height auto and see if that applies right away. Maybe it won't. We'll see. Okay. See what they got. They don't have tiny icons. Oh, they have them listed like this. Okay. They're a little bit smaller. They're still like large as shit. Make sure I'm gonna make them a lot smaller and see if that does it. So we'll do 25%. Okay. Let's see how they size these guys here. List table. Max width. I think that's what we just set. Right. Max width. Yeah, 25%. I should change the size dramatically. Oh yeah, they're a lot smaller now. But there's so much space between them. Okay. It's a little bit better. Still using the same way of separating them as that before. So why are they so different? It's probably something with the padding. So I should probably put center. Okay. Explain this padding. CSS. Okay. Defines the top and the bottom padding. Defines the left and right. So do we want to make those closer to each other? Okay, let's try that. So make this 0.5. And then we also want to make this 0.5 as well. And then we'll have to update index. Make sure it updates what we want. Well, it's looking pretty nice so far. Honestly, we have our social media links, just they need to be a little bit close to each other, pretty far apart, I'd say. See if we can do that. Is it done building? Yeah, I just finished building a second ago. So now the logo's a little bit off to the right now. It's not exactly what we're looking for. Not really. See how there's no padding on the left side? That's odd. This one's like exactly what you would want. So let's just open our CSS folder and see why are they so separated out. Okay, I do have to take a momentary break here. Alrighty then. Let's get this going. So I'm still going with these images here. See if I can squeeze them together. Bottom left, so center, display flex. Alright, so see what this does. Transform. So how does flex work then? We wanted to move these objects closer together. That's what we want to do here. Instead of having them separated into their own segments. Seems like a good website right here. Okay. Display flex, color dodge blue. Background. So here's margin, padding, font. So if I change this to 5 and margin. What does margin do? Padding. It's like how big they are. And there's font size. It's probably what we need, some type of padding and we want to make the margin smaller. Yeah, the margin's the space between those two. So let's try adding a margin between those two. But which one is it actually causing? I think it's the A value. So let's add a margin to it. See if that does it. So margin 1 pixel. Padding 10 pixel. And then you gotta tell it to update too. Alright, let's see if that does it. So what I did is, looks like I'm just adding how it reshapes itself. And see if that fixes it here. Alright, it should be updated now. So it does look a little bit different. Not exactly what I was looking for. Okay. Ooh, so how does How does this apply to images? That's what I want to figure out. Okay. I don't know if I can set their individual sizes. Image scale in HTML. That'll be interesting if you can. Just change their size a bit. The GitHub one is pretty small. Let's try changing that. Okay. I don't want to do that then. Should I just leave it how it is? Still fit. Do one more update. This is a pretty advanced example. That's for sure. Yeah, it was something like that. How did they do that? Nav bar.
Oh, motherfucker! Damn, I thought I had them all.
So where they have that content at? Nav bar.
You guys trying to clean house, bro? Oh, man.
So you got nav bar.
Oh my god.
Justify. So I want to justify it so it's centered, ideally. Alright. just have to wait for that to build. Because they're not exactly centered in their individual squares. Okay. That just did that. See if that worked. That didn't do anything. Huh. So what's wrong here? I gotta do the images too. Wonder how much of a limit I got on here. In terms of builds. Oh, it only says 2. Must not have noticed. Well, the next build... Okay, it should look different now. Let's refresh it. It's exactly the same. How's it exactly the same? I've changed it. Huh. I'd like to have these like all close to each other. And they're far away. What do you even do about that? Should I just leave it like that? It might be worth just leaving it like that. And kind of ignoring that in general. Because I want to have them like boxed in right next to each other. Like you have like 1, 2, 3. But I don't know. That's not something I've been able to do so far here. So let's just delete these links right here. Don't need those ones. And yeah, this is not ideal. Because I want to set the let's look at this example because this website provides like a pretty complex example. But I'm not exactly sure how they're doing it right now. So like the images that go like this right here. Doesn't really explain it, but I can just take a look. Oh. Why don't we put some over to the right? The baby. Okay. So this is the one I want to change. So if they're closer, why are they off to the left? That's what I don't get. It's probably because of navigation. What if I get rid of that? And just make them use the example that I had before. That might solve the problem. We'll see. Let's just see what this change does. Okay. And I can try using this other example they got. I can just comment that out and then place this other example. Or was it? Guess I didn't save it. Well, let's take out the latest build. They just have a lot of room between each other. How to place images in columns next to each other in CSS. Using grid display property. And try that. Display grid. Grid. So I think that's what I need. Some type of grid. I can send this here. Alright, well, thank you for watching.